All okay, Kerry?
Yes, except I did log into Tuesday's meeting instead of Thursday's meeting.
Oh.
Apart from that, yes. Always
was it interesting? No, okay. Thank you. Just before we start, morning, Mr. Winter. I'll just ask you, if possible, to turn your camera off like other people have, if that's all right. It's the... Oh, there we are. Thank you very much.
All right.
And I'm sorry to ask, Mr. Winter, but one more thing. If it would be possible to turn off your microphone too, just so we don't get any background noise, that would be brilliant. Thank you. Okay, thank you everyone. On my system, that's 9:30, so it's time to reopen these virtual hearings into the North Warwickshire Local Plan. Can everyone see and hear me? As ever, I will take silence as a yes on that point. Okay, just having a quick look at who's here. I can't see any hands up. So thank you everyone for being here, for your contributions to date, and for your patience in the event that there are any hiccups today. I'll try and be brief, as just looking through everyone, it seems that everyone here has been to at least one previous session. But just for the benefit of everyone, and indeed because this is being live streamed on YouTube, I just need to set out a couple of points. So I'm Tom Bristow, the inspector appointed by the Secretary of State to conduct the examination and to ultimately prepare a report with recommendations to the Council. This morning we have a few points to cover flowing on from earlier sessions, but the discussion will be principally structured around paragraphs 56 to 64 of examination document INSP5B. That's the matters, issues and questions for discussion that's serving as an agenda. Now I'll try and speak as clearly as possible, but acronyms like that are generally references to examination documents, which are on the examination website. But of course, if I do ever say anything that isn't clear, please do interject, put your hand up, and I will explain things. There's guidance, I'll just note, on the examination website on data privacy and virtual hearings. Those documents are references INSP 22, INSP 23 and INSP 24. Do have a look at those documents, have a look through them if you've not yet done so. So we're going to have an informal yet structured discussion led by me on specific matters. Could I ask that everyone keep their comments as brief as possible. I have had regard to all the information that I've had, including everything that's come through the recent consultation, additional local consultation. I trust no one, I can't see anyone that is joined by telephone, so I'll skip over that point. I would just say that part of the process is for me to hear the discussion, to probe certain issues. It's not to arrive at a particular finding here and now, although I will try and be as open with my thinking as possible as I have been in other sessions. I'd also say that any questions that anyone would like to put to another party should go through me in the first instance, and I'll then determine what we need to do about that. In terms of Teams and administration, so this session, as others, is being live streamed on the Council's YouTube channel. It's also being recorded on Teams, and that will only be retained until the examination concludes and shortly thereafter. Just on that note, thank you everyone for turning their cameras off and muting microphones. That seems to be the best approach, as it has been in previous sessions. Just appear and turn on your microphone, obviously, when you want to speak on a particular point, and tell me who you are. Just a quick note, please don't share any personal information, whether that is yours, information of others, and whether that's in speaking things through or indeed holding things up to the camera. Today I intend to have a short break, as I have done previously, around 11, and to conclude the morning session around 1. There's some flexibility inevitably in timings. Now, during those breaks, if you want to remain in the session, and you can leave the session at any time by clicking the red rectangle with the leave icon in it, without interrupting proceedings. But if you do want to stay in the session, don't click that leave button, just keep your video and microphone on mute, and the recording will continue. If you wish to speak, please use the raise hand icon. I can see the order, I can generally see the order, if I'm quick enough, in which those hands have been raised, and I will get round to you, albeit potentially not immediately. And it's very helpful if you remember to unraise your hand so it doesn't look like I'm picking on you, and to mute your microphone when you are not speaking. I may from time to time share my screen if there's a particular document we're making reference to, so we've all got that in front of you. I would ask that no one else does, though. In terms of the chat function, there are various additional functions in Teams. We're not using any chat or any emojis or whatever. In the event anyone does do that, I simply won't look at it. As you've probably seen already, I may look around the screen, I may look at notes, I may source various things. Please don't be offended if I'm not looking at you directly while you're making a point. I will be listening. There might be some technical issues, but I'm confident we can get through them. In terms of the substance of our discussion, any information should already be with me, although in previous sessions, rightly, people have raised whether there are additional documents that should be incorporated into the examination library. But in general, I would like to keep that to a bare minimum. In that vein, it may be useful to have the 2012 version of the National Planning Policy Framework in front of you. I'm dealing in particular with paragraph 182, but obviously the whole thing, which deals with what represents a sound plan, the various tests that are applied to that consideration, and that is my remit in the examination to consider whether the plan is sound. And the Council have previously invited me to make potential main modifications or MMs that they may wish to incorporate that could make it sound if it's not in certain respects. The latest schedule of main modifications on the examination website is examination document NWBC 20E. We've had some discussion on that already, and we will turn to that, I think, as an initial stage in terms of the stepped housing trajectory here. I would just say that given the time we've been at examination and the number of documents I have and the number of representations I've considered, it might not be necessary to consider each and every matter in INSP 5B. I will give people the opportunity, of course, to speak to any points, to highlight any issues that they would wish, but that may not be necessary in each case, or you may be satisfied that I can look at what you've said previously. Excuse me. Now, I will, on occasion, stop people if I've heard enough, or if I'm already well aware of the issues and the arguments and nothing new is coming up. So please don't take offence if I do that. The examination only concludes when my report is with the council, and there will be further opportunity for comment on potential main modifications as part of a consultation, which we're going to talk about in particular this afternoon. And apologies that in a previous session, I think I jumbled up the running order for today on INSP 5B, but essentially initially we are looking in some detail at allocations, a step trajectory and delivery. We're then looking at traveller provision, and then in the afternoon we're going to do a bit of an administrative session looking through various potential main modifications and procedural matters. So if I can just pause at that stage, hopefully that's a very quick canter through what we're doing here today and an explanation of processes. Any questions at this stage from anyone? And if you have got any questions, as I mentioned, just raise your hand. Okay. So then let's turn to INSP 5B, and nominally we're on paragraph 56 of that. Sorry if I'm getting a bit hoarse through having talked a fair amount in the last couple of days. Before we come on to that paragraph, though, I, in previous sessions, asked for clarification on 3 points from the council, who helpfully undertook to clarify those matters. Now, I would suggest we run through those first, as they are relevant to delivery trajectories, etc., which is the issue under paragraph 56 of INSP 5B. The first point on which I asked for the council to do some thinking was in terms of the stepped trajectory. As I see it, there were various, and those options for a step trajectory are replicated in INSP 5B in relation to the Wednesday sessions, if anyone wants to refer to them, to have them in front of them. Hopefully that's a useful reference. But with regard to the step trajectory, this has a long history at the examination, and there's various planning practice guidance that relates to where a stepped housing trajectory against which a 5-year housing land supply is calculated. There's a long history to where we've been in the examination at that. Option 2, I forget the document, I believe it's NWBC 24, is the council's preferred approach to that step trajectory, aligning with various things, including works to the A5, and that was the basis upon which additional local plan consultation was carried out relatively recently. So that's option 2. In the first session, I shared my screen and highlighted a couple of lines showing what that trajectory is. But I also picked up that in around September 2014, the Coventry and Warwickshire housing market area strategic housing market assessment, gosh, that was a mouthful, the SHMAR came out, and I understand that was picked up in an appeal at that time. The reference I gave for that appeal was the last 7 digits, 3136,495. that's potentially not right. I asked for clarification on that. But I understand since around 2015, the council has acknowledged that housing needs in the core strategy had effectively been superseded by events, by subsequent evidence, such that although the annual housing requirement in the core strategy is 203, since around that juncture, around 2015, there was recognition that stood around 264, which is incorporating some element of recognition for the wider Coventry and Warwickshire housing market area. I would just pause at that point and say that we have considered in detail in previous sessions, a number of representations regarding the robustness of that particular study. And I don't at this stage want to go into that, student numbers being a particular issue that I recall from those sessions. On that basis, given that the option 2 trajectory suggested by the council maintained a core strategy figure of 203 dwellings a year to 2018-19, I think it was, I indicated that logically from around 2015, some account should have been taken of the latest housing market evidence. So on that first point, I would come to the council, but then I would mention 2 other points. And sorry, I'm taking up a lot of airtime, but I think that's necessary. So we're still dealing with the step trajectory. That was the first point, whether the step trajectory could be amended to take account of that. Now, the second point was, again, there's a long history at the examination to, and indeed in the borough, to works to the A5, which have or have not occurred. We had some discussion, I believe it was yesterday, in terms of infrastructure provision, and we clarified that there are 4 phases of potential work to the A5. Phases 1 and 2, where funding to the tune of some 74 or 73.5 million was committed by budget 2019, I believe, and that was for phases 1 and 2, those projects. The geography of those projects is set out in the map in AD 57. I asked for clarification, though. Does that include phases 3 and 4, which is the central purple line in that document in AD 57? And the council undertook to identify whether that was the case, because there was some concern, I understand, raised yesterday and in the additional local plan consultation, that what happens if that funding for phases 3 and 4 does not occur? What happens to that central section, if I can call it that, of the A5? And in that breath, there was a point on the council to clarify what happens under that assumption in paragraph 5.96 of the strategic transport assessment, i.e. what is the implication of that? So it's some clarity about what has secured funding and how that would affect the A5. So that's the second point. The last point, sorry, I'm still going. The last point is that in the it's been called various things, but the GL Hearn or Woods study, or the strategic growth study in relation to the Greater Birmingham housing market area, there is a reference in there to the amount of growth in terms of numbers of households in different authorities in the Greater Birmingham housing market area, North Warwickshire falling within both the Greater Birmingham housing market area and Coventry and Warwickshire housing market area, a situation shared with only one other authority, Stratford. there is reference in that strategic growth study to no effective capacity for household growth in North Warwickshire exceeding 1.8%. And I was asking if there are any, if there is any evidence underlying that I should be aware of. I hope that's relatively clear. The first point is about tweaking the housing trajectory. The second point is clarifications in terms of the A5. And the third point is about that 1.8 reference in the GL Herne-Wood study. So could I ask for an update from the council on those matters, please?
Okay, sir.
Thank you.
I've had a look at the housing trajectory, and it was the 2015 SMAR update. So that would be from the monitoring years 16-17 that figure would have been used for. In the housing, in the trajectory that I've sort of drafted out, I've done it for 265 rather than 264, just for ease of a round figure.
Okay.
So I've done 265 from 2016-17 all the way through to 23-24. But then, of course, because we've changed the figures there, you've got to change some at the other end. So it was 24-25 would be 390, which is the same as it was previously. Then I've brought down the 775 to 700, then 725, and then 775. So that because either that change could be equalised over the remaining period, but I know that there was some comments the other day that it was quite a severe jump, and it is still a jump, but we were trying to see if there's a way to make that a more gradual jump.
Yeah, sure. And that I see the point where the 265 figure comes in is therefore brought is it 2 years earlier than it was in the option to reflect that housing market assessment. And then there are a couple of more incremental changes when we get through years 2024, 2025 onwards. And that point, that juncture still aligns with step 2 in the option 2 of the trajectory the council has set out, which is the anticipated completion of phases 1 and 2 of the A5. And just to check, those phases 1 and 2 of the A5, that is the correct date, is it, that they're scheduled for completion in 2025, 2026, as in the Statement of Common Ground on that matter with Highways England?
The Statement of Common Ground says that all the phases 1 and 2, will be completed and open by 2028. So that's where because at that time when we were producing this, we thought it would be in the two phases. But normally with highways works, one section may be done first. That is opened, and then they'll move on to the next section. So, but all of the works will be completed by 2028.
Okay. And I remember in a previous session there was, and we'll come on to this. That's very helpful. Thank you. In terms of the strategic transport assessment, there was a certain level that study forecast could be accommodated in terms of the functioning of the A5, beyond which things would get bad, if I can say it in that respect. So I just want to check that the completion of phases 1 and 2 in 2027, 2028, there is, if I can call it, sufficient capacity or headroom in the A5 such that severe cumulative effects would not occur, even with that step trajectory in the council's view. Is that right?
Well, possibly if we now go to the STA, that might be the easiest thing.
Yeah, that sounds great. I'm just going there as well.
Yeah, no problem.
Bear with me. Okay, yeah.
In 5.99, it says that the network performance of the 2026 local plan do minimum would trigger the need for a significant amount of mitigation within the study area. So that shows that something has to be done. So on table 23 is the mitigation schedule that is then taken for the next stage of development. And that includes the Holly Lane approaches, the A5 dual link at Dordon, with access into the new link road, the B5000 A5 link road for the development of H7. So also listed there is the Manchester Gyratory, which is, as far as I'm aware, is funded out of the 79.5 million, but it's a minor scheme of realigning and doing. I've been told that it's more to do with making sure that the lines are painted properly and everybody knows where they're going, in order to make sure the capacity is there. So moving then on to stage 4 of the study, that then goes to say that you've got the reference case originally, but then what's the impact then by 2031? And that's where the aspirational schemes of the full A5 bypass going around Grendon comes into play.
Which is phases 3 and 4, is it?
Well, this talks about, yes, it is, sir, yes. It's item 17 under table 24 of the STA.
Okay.
It's on page 80.
Sure. So yeah.
As I read it, there is an initial phase of works that need to be done. They will mitigate the impacts of the development to a certain stage. However, more mitigation is required for the before the end of the plan period.
Okay, so sorry for perhaps repeating what I've said previously, but it seems like in option 2, sorry, I'm just going to flick between some documents. Under the step trajectory in option 2, the step up, if I can call it that, to 7, well, I mean, it depends on kind of what you said earlier, but the step up to 775 under option 2, or indeed to 700 under the approach you've set up, happens around 2025, 2026. However, I think what you were saying, and this may be just my understanding, that phases 1 and 2 of the A5 project are set to be completed in 2027, 2028, yes. Which leaves a couple of years that are sort of unaccounted for. What happens in those couple of years?
What, between 26 and 28, do you mean?
Yeah, between 2025, 2026 and 2027, 2028, those 2 years.
If you see by the Statement of Common Ground, sir, under paragraph 3.7, I think it is, there is a statement there that says that Highways England and the County Council will not raise a strategic objection to planning applications coming forward. Because the whole point of the A5 improvements is to make sure that the housing is deliverable. So they've made a point in the Statement of Common Ground to say that they will not resist development, even though that they know that, but there is some leeway because the end completion date is 2028, there will be some mitigation that is gradually happening. Because I think in the Statement of Common Grounds it says that construction will start in 2024. So that would be a combination of the Holly Lane roundabout, the Manchester the Manchester roundabout itself, as well as the Dordon bypass. So it's allowing some of that development to come through, but recognising that the main works have to be completed in order to really function and allow the rest of it to come forward.
Okay, I see that. I understand. That's very helpful in terms of clarification. I'm potentially jumping around a little bit, but I know we're going to talk about the potential trigger for where reserve sites come into play. Now, those reserve sites, correct me if I'm wrong, RH1, RH2, and now RH3 are similarly located or dependent on A5 upgrades. Is that true of all of them? No.
No, sir. RH1 is the Grendon bypass. Mm-hmm. That's the one that is definitely dependent on the A5. Mm-hmm. There is in the STA, there is some modelling towards the Hartshill area and the impacts of development around there, and they have been taken into account in terms of that. Sorry, sir, I'm just trying to...
No, not at all, not at all. It's all right, we'll have to do a fair bit of looking around.
That would be the Nuneaton, because the modelling at the county level is done in separate sections. There's a Hartshill section, and I think it's around about page 107, which talks about around about 1,300 dwellings in the Hartshill area that have been assessed, as well as the employment site at Myra as well. And then it comes to some conclusions.
Okay.
It says that employment or the housing can be accommodated in isolation without severe levels of impact. But it does then talk about a Northern Relief Road in Nuneaton. But Nuneaton have just adopted their plan. So that's something that in the future that we may have to deal with if there's even more development around the Northern Nuneaton area. So.
Sure. Well, it sounds like RH1, as you said, so there are some separate issues with RH3, which we'll come on to, in terms of vulnerability to flooding, and I've heard some points on that in previous sessions. RH1, it seems, is part of the route of the A5 projects 3 and 4, goes through that site, sort of loops around from memory. But RH2, and we heard from I believe it was Catherine O'Toole yesterday or the day before on that site. RH2 is not, although there may be other issues to resolve in the council's perspective with that, RH2 in principle is not reliant on the A5 upgrades, as you've just made reference to in the STA. Is that right?
That's my understanding, sir. They are subject to access issues around the Annesley Common Hartshill area, which are specific to that area, but not necessarily to the A5 itself. Okay,
so just thank you. Just speaking my mind, I suppose what I'm thinking is, although I appreciate there is some flexibility, some headroom in the timing of those projects, but we're going to look at where the triggers come in for reserve sites. I suppose, and this was raised, I believe, by Councillor Chambers in an earlier session, if works for whatever reason are delayed, whether that's the sort of general state of the world or whatever, the council will be in a position where there is a step up in the trajectory without, if I may put it bluntly, sufficient stuff to deliver to meet that. I'm wondering, therefore, in terms of RH2, which, although has certain issues, I heard yesterday that we discussed its deliverability, that is a potential contingency in the event that other allocations, for whatever reason, don't come forward at the anticipated rate at that stage when that step up occurs between 2024, 2025 and 2027. So I would like the council's view on that, but I know we are coming to the sort of triggers for release or consideration of reserve sites, and I think that may be one to incorporate. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir. I can see the logic there. I mean, the only concern that I would have is that locally the transport issues and access issues, and that's why it was a reserve housing site, just need to be addressed. But equally, I can see that would give that flexibility. So, but also I think the other thing to say, sir, as well, is that, of course, we would be, if by the monitoring it looks as if we won't be able to secure the funding for those additional parts of that infrastructure requirement, then we'd have to review the plan. Yeah. So it's one of those that I can see the logic of where you're coming from, but equally, well, we'd be monitoring the plan anyway, and we'd have to do something because it would be an issue with the plan. Yeah,
sure. And I think we've talked, haven't we, about the sort of what would trigger a review of the plan in whole or part, and indeed the legislative context around that, but also where there are particular triggers for considering reserve sites. And you're absolutely right that the two are slightly separate things. If for whatever reason you are in a situation where you find out that the RIS3 funding is being delayed, and as I understand it, there should be some clarity around RIS3 in around 2025, with work scheduled to start around 2030 towards the tail end of the plan. But if for whatever reason there is uncertainty about that, I can see then, yes, the logic that you'd have to consider, a review of the plan. But insofar as say that's all well and good, that's all progressing, but for whatever reason the undertaking the works on phases 1 and 2 of the A5 are going slow, and there is still you're still sort of heading towards the option 2 trajectory as modified in years 2015, 2016. Presumably that would be prudent to consider RH2 at that stage. So I take those points about separate issues, but I think I'd like the council to have a think about that. Now we will come to main modifications after lunch. I'm not necessarily suggesting you'd have something by then, but I think that would be a useful contingency, because of course, just coming back to what I'm doing, I'm looking, and this is for the benefit of everyone, I'm looking under paragraph 182 of the National Planning Policy Framework 2012 and other bits, 154 in particular, and one of those points is that a plan is deliverable. So I have to have some sort of reasonable certainty that the strategy would be deliverable over the plan period, and that may be helpful in that respect. Okay, I'll put that on my list of actions. Sorry. I see we've got Catherine O'Toole here, and I've been talking very heavily about the site that she represents. So if you would like to say anything, please do jump in while I'm making a quick note. But
I think just to say we're happy to discuss any potential main modifications with the council around what the appropriate trigger for RH2 would be. But in reference to the local highways issues, we do believe they're resolvable, and we agree that we're not dependent on the A5 improvements. Thank you.
Helpful clarification. Okay, I've put that down on my list of actions. We'll come back to that. Any last points from the council on that before we get a bit more general in the discussion? We need to cover some of the other points, don't we? Let me just get there.
Is it the 1.8, sir? On the-
Sorry, just before we get
No,
there,
that's fine.
So just to clarify, the do something scenario, 5.96 of the strategic transport assessment, is that just, and you may have already said that, is that just A5 phases 1 and 2? Because there is a read across with the projects that the council have identified in Appendix 1 of NWBC 26, I believe, as to what is critical or desirable. Sorry, what are the phrases? Critical or
aspirational.
Aspirational during the plan period. So does that point of the strategic transport assessment, which looks at the do something, i.e. the mitigation scenario on the A5, does that cover just phases 1 and A5 phases 1 and 2? And what's the read across with that critical or aspirational projects?
In terms of the paragraph 5.96, I see that as relating to the 2026 do something scenario, whereas the plan, the modelling is up to 2031, which is then a further stage. So the other references that I've given you relate to the mitigation schemes 2031. So that would be schemes 11 to 15 in table 23 on page 68. Now that excludes the Grendon bypass and so the phases 3 and 4. However, it says then in stage 4 of the study that it then says that the having completed the initial testing, this is in 5.13, having completed the initial testing to 2031, it's clear that the impacts were likely to be considered manageable within the 2026 scenario, but by 2031 there are likely to be some significant increases in journey times which are likely to be considered severe. And that's where that triggers then the Grendon bypass. And the so that's where the phases 3 and 4 come in. So
which should be known about. I think we heard from the individual, Mr. Tustin potentially, who
Roger Tustin,
who talked about when the outcome or indicative outcome of the RIS3 would be around 2025. So
that's right.
Certainly in terms of timing, that would overlap. In
terms of whether it's critical then to the full delivery of the plan and that table, yes, it probably is critical because it. Can you have one between critical and important? But it's there's an immediate critical that needs to be done now. That's phases 1 and 2, but it's that next critical is that because all of it needs to be done, but it's been sliced into segments. So I'm getting round to the point of saying, yes, sir, in that table, it should be critical.
So, because, and the reason I mention this, I mean, this came out through the additional local plan consultation that, and I know we've got, is Dr. Doggett, and I know this came out through his representations in particular, that there was, there have been various phrases, and I think this is something I raised. There have been various phrases: critical, necessary, and we've heard there another one of immediately critical. And it was just clarifying exactly what is needed and when, because, as you say, the plan needs to be deliverable. And in the eventuality that, for whatever reason, something falls through and there is a project that's flagged up as critical, that leads you to a very clear trigger of where the plan will need some sort of consideration. And that's, you know, that's about the robustness and the effectiveness of the plan. But if I may just share my screen at this point, 2 seconds. So this, hopefully you can see, is the infrastructure. I mean, it's a bit small. There we are. This is the table I was referring to, NWBC 26, which responds to my my earlier question very helpfully in setting out the projects very clearly and what are critical, what is seen as critical or important to delivering the plan. What I just want to be absolutely sure of is that everything that is referred to arrive at a reasonable outcome in terms of the A5, particularly the section between phases 1 and 2, that central purple section is flagged up as critical, because I think that is an important point to ensure the delivery of the plan. And also there is a link to, I believe it's policy LP 6, which says that delivery will be related to infrastructure. So it's it's important to the functioning of the plan. So can we just look at that appendix and make sure that everything that is flagged up as critical is listed as critical? And I take the point that things become critical at different stages. So it might be useful to put critical at 2020. So, for example, these improvements to the A5, it might be useful to put critical at when are they planned? 2028, 2029. And then if there are other ones like the dueling, critical at 2030 to 2031, that sort of thing, just to give a clear itinerary. And one point that I still haven't quite got there on is whether anything that's critical is, now I know there are some elements that will become critical later on in the plan, but is everything that is critical for the functioning of the road network by, around sort of the midpoint, if I can call it that, of the plan, around 2025 to 2029, is everything that is critical, every project that's critical, funded via the phases 1 and 2 budget commitment in that respect?
In terms of...
Oh, sorry, that was potentially mine.
No, there's just some feedback. I'm hearing myself twice. In terms of the A5, sir, that was in that table, that is what is critical to the overall planning strategy of the plan. But yes, there are the other highway works along the B5000 that when development takes place, they need to be done as part of those developments. And some funding has already been or is likely to be secured through the planning applications that are coming forward. So there's the external funding that has been achieved for the A5 because it's a strategic highways network, but that's also, if they don't come forward, then that's critical to the overall delivery of the plan itself, whereas the B5000 is important to that planning strategy and the delivery of the housing sites, and they'll be part of the planning applications as they come forward. So that's where the distinction has come about. But I can understand locally that they would say that the improvements on the B5000 are absolutely critical to deal with the development that then takes place, say at H7 or H13. So
I see what you mean. So as I understand it, that infrastructure table sets out what is critical to the plan strategy as a whole. That's not to say individual projects will not be critical to particular proposals, but the mechanism for those is understandably not through central funding, or it may be partly through county council funding and partly through developer contributions. Okay, that's good. Mr. Dittman's got his hand up.
If I could just say, the only other thing would be that on that table, there is the missing 3 and 4 of the A5. So we'll include those because I don't think that's mentioned in that table at all at the moment. So we'll amend that and get that updated.
Okay, thank you. I'm putting this on a list of notes. Okay, Mr. So some others may want to comment, but I think that would be very helpful clarification. Mr. Dittman, did you want to comment at this stage?
It was very brief, sir, and you somewhat stole my thunder anyway. It was.
Sorry about that.
It was to try and simply reflect and be consistent with the trajectory. As Dorothy has mentioned, we will add the additional 2 elements to the critical for the phase 3 and 4 below the current critical ones in that table appendix that we've just looked at. And I was simply trying to say, if we keep it simple, the first 2 lines of critical would be immediate. You can either put a date to reflect the trajectory, or you could just put an immediate that will be potentially more flexible because of the circumstances with any infrastructure delivery fundings where delays may occur. And for the last 2, again, you would be looking at the RIS3 time period and be stating critical at 2028, 29 or 29, 30, and perhaps put a date in, or just say critical later phase or a latter phase of plan, and just have something caveated within the column itself.
That's helpful. And I think my sort of my personal tendency would probably be to put a date there, just so it's very clear, because latter phases of the plan may change. So that seems to be important for effectiveness and delivery, to my mind, to put an indicative date. Now, that brings me on to just a quick point in terms of viability, which we talked about, which I don't think is a particular issue in terms of affordable housing. I've seen the various reports and responses there. The only point I would note is that paragraph 3.6.2 of the updated viability report doesn't take account of we've not allowed for further infrastructure such as off-site highways, given that understandably the amount will vary there, and indeed there may be on-site highways works, changes to roundabouts, link roads, etc., going through sites. I think that is important, just to ensure that any policy, and I think we're there, but I welcome the council's view on that. I think we're there, subject to a potential main modification in respect of policy. 2 seconds. Not policy 2 seconds. Policy related to infrastructure. It may be a reworked LP2. I'm struggling to find the reference immediately, but it would just be to ensure that there is provision there to have regard to viability. And that's not to say, as I know Dr. Doggett has raised in previous sessions, that would automatically lead to a reduction in contributions. It may instead lead to seeking funding from elsewhere to enable that. But I think in light of the fact that there are some things, some infrastructure, highways stuff that is likely to be very important, not at a strategic level in terms of central funding, but at a local level in terms of individual sites, simply that there is some viability clause in relation to infrastructure contributions. Now, having said all that, I will actually take a look at the main modifications, the most recent schedule as we've got to, because I'm pretty sure there is something in there already, but I just wanted to double check. Any views from the council while I'm
under MM16, sir, we do talk about at LP1 the use of section 106s or other ways, but
Yeah.
it does say the list is not exhaustive, as each will be taken on a site-by-site basis and will depend on the viability of the scheme. So we do already refer to that. It's on page 7, sir.
Thank you very much. Okay, I just wanted to check that linkage, as everything is interconnected. Okay, thank you very much. Yeah.
If I could also say, sir, under LP9 on the affordable housing policy, we also say that it's supported by a viability appraisal as well. So
Okay.
we also do say about the deliverability of a scheme there as well.
Okay, thank you. Now, before and sorry, this is I've taken us off script, but I think this is very useful as to clarify some of the points that we'll come on to. The last point I had before we do indeed turn to paragraph 56 of INSP 5B is the point about the 1.8% household growth in the GL Hearn study, and whether there's any evidence I should be aware of in relation to that. Oh, I'm sorry. I think you're on mute.
I am, yes, sorry, sir.
That's right.
Underneath that paragraph 9.67 of CD 8/23, there's table 63.
Yeah.
And in one of the columns, it's got a heading CAGR, which is the compound annual growth rate. And there is a formula that is very complicated. But the problem is that I'm afraid I haven't been able to find what information has gone into that table to produce those figures. But under there, they give a list of all the different places.
Yes.
And it's 1.8 for North Warwickshire. And you'll see the growth rate, say in Warwick, I think is 1%. There's other ones there as well. But unfortunately, I've got a formula that talks about ending value, beginning value, number of compounding periods, and things like this. But I'm afraid I can't find that.
Well, no. I mean, and that's helpful to know that there is a irrespective of the kind of methodology, there's a comparative assessment on that basis of North Warwickshire and other locations. So no, that's good. I don't intend to get into some complex formulas here. So thank you very much. Okay, so unless there's anything further on that, that's very helpful. We've got two actions coming out of that.
Sorry.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Can I just interject on that issue? Just to clarify, the Greater Birmingham HMA Strategic Growth Study does directly refer to the 1.8%, because sorry, I've been trolling while we've been talking.
Sure.
And if you go to the Greater Birmingham HMA Strategic Growth Study, it does refer directly to it in 9.67 on page 237 of the GL Hearn Strategic HMA. And in brief, if I quickly say, the analysis in table 63 shows there are particular constraints to introducing further residential supply in North Warwickshire, which is already planning in its emerging local plan to deliver housing growth of 1.8% per annum. And then it has a table 63. Now, that may not give you the information in detail, but at least it gives you the direction of where they were drafting it from, and it may be that we can supply that by contacting them direct if it's felt to be essential. That was also.
Excuse me. No, that's fine. Thank you very much. That's very helpful. Okay. Excuse me, my voice is slightly failing. So let's Dr. Doggett.
Yes, thank you, sir. I just before we leave the matter of the A5 and move on to the next thing, I just wanted to say, well, thank you. It's interesting this morning to hear, and I realise that it may be that the modelling of phase 1 and 2 indicate it will make more difference maybe than I thought or expressed on Tuesday. And obviously it's very beneficial and welcome that there's going to be that first phase between, well, Dordon and the link road. But I suppose for a layperson, it's still hard to believe that there won't be it won't create significant problems. And from terms of what we've heard this morning, up until 2031, when it becomes severe and then it precipitates the need for 3 and 4, that does suggest that there's going to be quite it's almost, I don't want to exaggerate here, but it almost feels like the thing has to break before we mend it, sort of thing, in the second phase of housing growth between 2026 and 2031. That it gets so bad that now we need to have 3 and 4. I know I'm speaking in lay language and sort of could be exaggerating, but I guess it does feel, yes, about deliverability and viability in that interim phase with all the uncertainties that can happen before 3 and 4 come in, and the pinch points that have been expressed and the roundabouts. And of course, we haven't mentioned, which I know is outside, the M42 A5 junction, which already at rush hours get blocked up. So there's many pinch points along the road. And I suppose I just wanted to, I know it's been discussed around, but I suppose I'm just flagging it up, realizing that I'm not an expert, but also, as you have, I'm sure have given great consideration, all 3 local parish councils have expressed this concern: Dordon, Grendon and Polesworth in ALP 33, 32 and 50, all expressing their significant concerns about the A5 and it being done properly, or the need for it to be done properly, even though the first step is welcome. So I just yes, as a layperson, wanted to express that concern for the particularly perhaps the in-between period between between phase 1 and 2, which is welcome, and then the phase and the whole question of roundabouts and pinch points, and before it gets, if we like, almost bad enough for phase 3 and 4 to kick in 2031, given the housing trajectory. But I appreciate that I'm covering old ground in some ways, but they're still expressing it.
No, and I mean,
and expressing local concern, yeah.
I think that I think that's really important, and certainly, with your and the parish council's knowledge of the area, that's very valuable to take account of. And I wouldn't make any apology for expressing things in layman's terms. I would probably apologise the opposite way for expressing things in overly technical terms. But no, that's points very well made, and I will now turn that to the count. Yeah. Sorry, just add one other little thing about, in terms of what's just been said about B5000 improvements. Just a comment that already at a rush hour, in order to get into Tamworth, one may choose, rather than to go down the A5 and across the M42 junction, one might, or get back from Tamworth, one might choose to come back to Dordon through the B5000. So the question of B5000 traffic flow is at that end of the road connection also has some relevance and relevance to the housing growth in H7. Thank you. Sorry. Yeah, no, and I was seeing some nods from Mrs. Barrett on that point. Now, Mr. Dittman has his hand up. He may wish to respond to that. The point's very clearly made.
It was just either a what you call it hand, a
legacy hand.
legacy hand, or it may be Mr. Doggett.
Okay. Mrs. Barrett, would you like to comment on that? I'm just briefly going to don't be offended, I'm going to keep my audio on, but turn my video off, as I need to have a good cough. Okay. Thank you.
I can feel the frustration, sir, of the local community completely. The system is a strange system that we have to have the development in order to get the improvements, and it seems perverse. And we do understand that if we don't improve the A5, that has then knock-on effects onto other roads in the area, like the B5000, because if they're queuing on the A5, then they'll try and find alternative routes. So that's why it's so important to make sure that the A5 is improved. And I mean, for many years, even when we were producing the core strategy, we've been talking to Highways England to try and get them to have a forward look at the improvements that can be made of the A5, particularly with all the growth that's going around the area. But at that time, we couldn't even get them to safeguard anything, and I suppose even with RH1, they were hesitant to begin with, although I think they're on board with that now, because it's not within it wasn't at the time in a recognised road scheme that it couldn't be formally safeguarded in a formal safeguarded route. So it's been a very frustrating way forward. So I do feel for the local community, but hopefully we're on the way now to get that funded and to make improvements as much as we possibly can.
Thank you, and I think I will take those points as in the balance, and thank you for setting that out, both of you. Sorry, I had to take a brief break to cough. Now, let's then, if we turn to paragraph 56, I mean, maybe we take a break in a little bit, as I've got quite a lot of notes already just to have a think about. But let's go to paragraph 56 of INSP 5B. So in terms of allocations, this is looking more broadly at the kind of the overall form of the plan, if you like, the overall form of allocations. Some allocations have come out, and that followed previous discussions where some had been included, if I can say it, principally on the basis that they had secured planning permission, rather than had been considered as part of the sort of comparative assessment process that we talked about yesterday in terms of the strategic housing land availability assessment and the sustainability appraisal supporting the site allocations plan as it was before it was incorporated into this local plan. So we've, at my request, the council has come up with potential main modification 72, which sets out, I will just double check, as there are a number of versions of the latest schedule of main modification. Well, no, there are a number of versions of the schedule. So, as I see it, in NWBC 20E, policy LP 39, housing allocations has been modified to take out those which weren't subject to the comparative assessment. Now, it may be, of course, as we talked about on Tuesday, that some of those sites having secured permission fall into a different category in terms of the proportion of consents, delivery and allocations that the plan's looking towards. So that's what we're looking at here, main modification 72. Now, we looked as well at NWBC 26. I believe that was Appendix C, which sets out the council's expected delivery trajectories from individual allocations. So the question is, does anyone speak to the point? Are current delivery trajectories and assumptions as set out in NWBC 26C, that's a little addition to that question, justified and robust, including over the next 5 years? This is basically getting to the point of anything that is in that table. Are there any disputes that anyone wants to raise? I mean, I've got a lot of information before me, but are there any particular matters that anyone wants to raise? Well, I see only one hand. Mrs. Barrett.
Hi there, sir. It's just in relation to the consistency between the LP 39 and the trajectory and going to March 19. So we'd just like to, if we can at some stage, to go through the table because some of those sites didn't have planning permission as of the 1st of April 19, so should be shown as an allocation because so that the sites with planning permission are correct and the allocations are correct as of that monitoring point.
Yeah.
We thought that we'd done it as we had, but as you can see with the land at Holly Lane, Atherstone, we expected the whole of the area of H1 to be granted permission by now, but that hasn't come around. It's minded to support subject to section 106. Right. So it's just whether that should be housing allocation or whether that should be in the sites with planning permission. And I think my preference would be to put it into the housing allocations, but I'm in your hands with that one in terms of that. But that would be for 620 because there was an application, a detailed application that fell within overall H1 that we'd taken out and put into the planning permissions.
Yeah.
So it's just to make sure that that's all clear.
Yeah. No, I see. And this is quite an important point, isn't it, that we discussed in previous sessions. So I know the latest data effectively that we have in terms of housing completions is the 2018-2019 monitoring year, acknowledging that 2019-2020 monitoring year, particularly for the first bit of 2020, has been quite tough. Similarly, we talked about in terms of employment land how AD 52, I think, A and B are, well, there are different perspectives on different elements of that, and we'll come back to it. But insofar as those documents are coherent, those ones are also 2018-2019. I'm thinking in my head about the NPPF that says. So I've just been told that someone has their hand up. Thank you, Kerry. I can't actually see that. What I'll do at the break is I'll come out and come back in. That tends to resolve things. But I understand. I know Mr. Cox has his hand up, and I'll come to him. But before I do, I was just saying that I'm mindful that the NPPF 2012 says plans should be based on adequate and up-to-date evidence. But at some point you have to draw a line, and I think probably that line is 2018-2019. So then, in terms of what was the status then, in terms of the particular sites that we're looking at in NW26E, should be consistent with that. Now, it may be that by the time we get to the next stage of the examination, the data from 2019-2020 is available, and I think we will just have to cross that bridge as we go. But clearly you have to draw a line, I think, at some point, and for consistency of the data, that seems to be an appropriate point. So yes, I would make that correct as of 2018-2019, but with any information put in there about, you know, what has happened subsequently, that'll be useful.
Okay, so we'll if you could give us some time on that, and we'll get
Sure.
that as an updated table to you.
Yeah. I mean, not in the context of these hearings.
No,
but
yeah, that's fine.
Okay, and now Mr. Cox, you have your hand up. I can't see that, I'm afraid. So Kerry, if you could, as you have done. I can see it now. Let me know if ever anyone else has. But Mr. Cox.
I think it's probably been dealt with. So in terms, just for clarification, really, the council will go away and update NWBC 26C in line with the new proposed step trajectory, and then that will be available for comment at a future time. I suppose another question of clarification in terms of site H7, the council going to stick with the figures that are in NWBC 26C or revert to the agreed position with the church commissioners?
Which we heard yesterday, which was going off option 1 of the housing trajectory, as I remember it, rather than option 2. So yes, very good point of clarification. So if I may put that to Mrs. Barrett.
It is the option 1 trajectory, sir. For some reason, the option 2, there was some misinformation left in the bottom of that Excel spreadsheet, and it should actually be the same for option 1 and 2 for H7 as far as I understand it. So there shouldn't be any difference there. And in terms of LP39, I suppose talking about H7 is a point of clarification. Should the figure then be 2,000 for the plan, or do we have to divide it up so that it's 2,000 up to a certain amount up to 33 with an amount post 33? So do we need to make that clear within LP39?
I know we've got Mr. Sitch on the line, but what I would suggest is the plan. Sorry, I was just getting some messages about hands. As I would see it, the plan should cover 2011 to 2033, and 2033, as we've discussed, being the monitoring year, in fact 2032 to 2033, not 2033, 2034. So I appreciate there is a difference between the gross and the net from allocations. But I think, correct me if I'm wrong, that point is covered rather than in the trajectory of delivery in terms of NWBC 26C. That point is covered in the overall scale of the allocation and the potential quantum of development it can accommodate, rather than in the trajectory. So I wouldn't see there's a need to put anything that falls off the end, if you like, of 2020 to 2023, but obviously I'll take account of any excess in coming to my sort of my conclusions.
In terms of making sure, because H7 is such a large site, sir, and a small element of that is going to come forward post 33, although the local plan is up to 2033, shouldn't we indicate that an element of that site will come forward post 33, so that it's very clear that the development is considered as a whole? So when we consider about infrastructure, schools, everything else, that it's the total quantum for those points, but for the local plan and the numbers, we only count a certain proportion of it within the plan period.
Yes, but I think we're saying the same thing actually. But I was thinking that comes through in the policy related to it,
right.
Rather than necessarily needing to be reflected in the trajectory. Because although that is true, and there is discussion about master planning and infrastructure in relation to that site as a whole, I think that serves a different function to the trajectory, which just tells us kind of what's anticipated. So,
yes, no problem.
Yeah, okay. Again, I'm conscious. I was talking about a site where we may have a representative here. If that representative would like to.
It's Mark Stitch, sir. He's got his hand up.
Yeah, no. The reason I was being a little bit cagey is that I know he represents two people with an interest in the plan, so I wasn't sure which hat he had on. But if I can't see his hand up, I'll move. There we are. I can see your hand.
Good morning, sir. It's Mark Sitch from Barton Wilmer on behalf of the Church Commissioners for England in respect of the land at Polesworth and Dordon draft allocation H7. I was going to confirm the discussion you just had with Miss Barrett, and for reference in respect of the actual wording for the for the policy, you're probably aware of the recent adoption of the South Oxfordshire local plan, and this point was considered by Inspector Moore. A number of the sites there look to deliver obviously housing within the plan period, and there's a number that provide beyond the plan period. So, for instance, in this case, where we've agreed the 1675 in the plan period, the wording for H7 could refer to deliver 2,000 new homes, or approximately minimum of 2,000 new homes, 1675 expected within the plan period. Which may be where you're thinking anyway, sir, but I wasn't sure if that was helpful to Miss Barrett in terms of confirming it's an allocation for 2,000, minimum of 2,000 new homes, of which 1675 are expected to be delivered within the plan period.
I think that's
I think
that's very helpful, Mrs. Barrett. I think that sounds
Yes,
logical
that's
to me.
perfect. That would be a change to MM94. So
I'll put that on my list. Thank you. Seems a helpful clarification. Thank you. I'm told that Mr. Dittman, you have your hand up as well. Is that true? Yes, Mr. Dittman.
Yes, sir. Apologies.
No.
Just for clarification and to hold my hand up, I may have caused much of the confusion that has just currently been discussed, as I did leave a legacy table where I had tried to compress Mr. Sitch's trajectory. This is the 1675, and I'd left a table where we showed the trajectory increasing to 800 rather than the 700, 725 figure. So apologies to Mr. Cox, apologies to Mr. Sitch for leaving that table there, because that did cause some of the confusion. And just to confirm, those options in NWBC 26C do reflect Mr. Sitch's trajectory that he supplied to me. That is 1675 during the plan period, and with the additional 294 outside in 33, 34, 34, 35. Obviously, we did subtract 31 from the overall 2,000 to start with, simply to reflect the planning consent applying to Laurel Avenue, and both trajectories reflected that figure. So it was just to confirm that the current options shown do reflect the Church Commissioner's expectations. So that was all.
Thank you. Very clear. Okay. Thank you. So I'm just looking, and I'm just sort of slowly waiting to see if there are any more hands up before I go on to paragraph 57 of INSP 5B. And then I think after that question, I'll take a little break and come on to INSP 5B, paragraph 58, what areas of dispute between representatives and the council exist in terms of any remaining sites that are still there in MM 72. So turning to paragraph 57 of INSP 5B, to some extent recovering what we did in yesterday's session, is there reasonable certainty that all allocations are deliverable or developable, such that in line with NPPF paragraph 154, the plan is realistic and I would say deliverable? So this is a point about the assessment of those potential allocations in terms of deliverability or developability, depending on where they fall in the plan time frame. I can't see any hands up, so it's maybe a one-word answer, but if I can put that question, is there reasonable certainty that they will be deliverable and developable? And of course, if there are any implications of the current version of the NPPF, which has a slightly different definition of deliverable site to the previous one. And any comments from the council on that point?
I don't believe so, because I think we've covered it in terms of our discussions previously, And I'd just point you back to that we've got the flexibility there. We believe we have. We've got a range of sites. The landowners themselves and agents have been putting forward these sites. So we've done as much as we possibly can to make sure that these sites do come forward within the planned period and in the timescales that we're suggesting, sir.
Thank you very much. And I have it from Kerry, the Truman, the programme officer, that there are no other hands. So thank you.
There's Mr. Doggett. Sorry, sir. Mr.
Okay.
Doggett's hand is up.
Dr. Doggett.
Yes, thank you, sir. I just wanted to pick up what was said on Tuesday by the gentleman representing the Cathedral Agricultural Partnership when we were talking about affordable housing, and I raised the question about viability because of the current development on Laurel Avenue having to reduce its to stay viable, had asked for a reduction on its affordable housing from 40 to 13%. And I think it was commented by the council that there were mine workings there that had resulted in it. And although I understand that Mr. Sitch from the Church Commissioners has said that they have thought about this for the viability of the whole of H7, which of course is over a lot of it is over a mining, previously mined or with shafts or with tunnels underneath area. The gentleman from Cathedral Agricultural Partnership did say in that debate that until they had spent thousands of pounds looking at the land, they would not, well, I mean, I don't want to misquote him, but I understood to hear him say that they would need to spend a significant amount of money more to find out exactly how viable the land in terms of contribution to affordable housing would be. And I suppose that just having been reassured by the Church Commissioners that they had thought about this and they felt they were able to viably deliver nearly 2,000 houses despite the coal workings that are known there or underneath in the area, the remarks from the Cathedral Partnership raised the question that as to whether once works are done to investigate the land, and bearing in mind what's happened at Laurel Avenue and indeed on the houses on Duns Lane, the small development of 7 or 8 houses, whether it is quite as viable in the current state of knowledge on the state of the ground, whether there is a question mark over the viability of delivering that number of houses, which won't be known until more work is done on the ground and more money is spent finding out what the ground is like.
Okay, thank you. Yes, that's a point I will put to Mr. Sitch. And I remember earlier discussions on that site dealing with the proportion of that total site that was considered in terms of developing the proposal for potential 2,000 homes. So it may be that there's a certain proportion of the site that is considered in that respect. I also remember some discussion about viability from another individual whose name escapes me at a previous session on that. So let me put that to Mr. Sitch.
Yes, thank you, sir. You're right. We did discuss it at the first hearings, and I think I can say, and certainly Mr. Davis was of the same view in terms of the confirmation of the 40% affordable housing. I refer to our Matter 8 statement, so which was 4th October 2018. And in there, we considered, in response to your questions, viability and delivery, and that viability was prepared and considered by Savills rather than Barton Willmore. From their perspective, they looked at the work that had been done on behalf of the council, obviously what we had done, and that identified a surplus based on 40% affordable housing. We also considered in there the question of ground conditions, which Dr. Doggett referred to a moment ago, and again we discussed that at the first hearings, and there's reference there to the work that we had done, and at paragraph 13 of that matter statement, and also the track record that the commissioners have in respect of similar sites, having bought a portfolio of sites from UK Coal a number of years ago. So they do have a track record in respect of that land. And the last point I was going to say, so that there is a local example, if you like, which is referred to at paragraph 10, but in the context of viability, but in the context of a local example where, with similar ground conditions, Taylor Wimpey brought forward their planning application to the north, which is the scheme at Grendon Road, so just to the north of this allocation, with similar ground conditions. So we've got track record in respect of the site. So both in respect to the affordable housing and ground conditions, those were considered, were debated at the first hearings, and you have our evidence on that. So thank you.
Thank you. And you saw, I mean, I was simply doing this. Our systems are conflicting again. I did this. Are you able to?
I turn my camera off, sir.
If you mute your microphone, that'll be
okay.
Brilliant.
Yes.
Brilliant. Thanks. So I was just sharing that simply to refer back to your earlier position statement, paragraph 13, where consideration is given to some mine workings. Just for reference, so we had that in front of us. Now, that's very clear. There are, as I hear it, examples both ways of stuff nearby where mine workings have been encountered and overcome, or things have had to change as a result of them, whether that's the Laurel Lane or the Grendon Road. Dr. Doggett.
Yes, sir. Well, it was. I was really just raising it because of the concern that the remarks on Tuesday by, I presume it was Michael Davis from the Cathedral Agricultural Partnership, which seemed to imply that, from his perspective, there was some uncertainty until they'd done more work on exactly what they could deliver. I know it's in the context of affordable homes, but obviously that raised the question of I suppose, of viability of the for infrastructure and that. It was more that I appreciate what Mr. Sitch said, and I know that, but I just felt like on Tuesday, one's concern got raised again by those remarks on behalf of the, I understood it, Cathedral Agricultural Partnership, saying that it appeared they felt more work on the ground might indicate, well, the way I heard it anyway, was that it might indicate that they might have to modify their position on what could be afforded. Okay,
thank you. Yes, I think I will ask Mr. Sitch if he wants to comment on that. Otherwise, I think I've got the evidence there in front of me. Mr. Sitch, would you like to respond to that point at all?
Thank you, sir. I mean, only to confirm that we've done the viability, and we're mindful of the ground conditions, and we've confirmed that at 40% that the site is still viable, and that's across the site, so that would include the cap land as referred to, which Mr. Davis represents.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Dittman.
Thank you, sir. This isn't meant to dismiss Dr. Doggett's concerns, because obviously they are valid and representative. However, I just wanted to remind you the difference in scale between the sites where the viability issues have been raised. The Duns Lane site is a small former Chapel House 9-house site where they found 2 pits, and the Laurel Avenue site is a 31-house site where they found similarly more than one former 17th century and 18th century pit of quite attractive 18th century brickwork. Not that you particularly want to know that. The difficulty, obviously, with the smaller site inevitably is that the implications for a pit where you need to take at least a 45-degree angle at either side to ensure no ground condition circumstances in terms of collapsing apply, does inevitably have a greater impact on the viability and the figures. The difficulty with small sites inevitably is you have nowhere to move around the issue that's raised, and it is in percentage terms significantly greater to the overall site. The one benefit of having a very large site is you do have the capacity to not only avoid, but where issues are identified following ground condition surveys, you can incorporate that into the design. And this was raised on the southern part of the H7 site with regards to the adjoining spoil heaps, where there is a particular wall. The wall is effectively the land point between excavated land and backfilled land. So on one side of the wall, you're fairly secure and stable. On the other side of the wall, you are on difficult ground and potentially unstable ground. In those circumstances, they will accommodate open space, they will accommodate roads, they will accommodate service provision within that land, and the more critical, in terms of the instability issue, can be accommodated on the stable land. And within that ability, then you can, on a much larger site, address both the implications, but you can also address the viability. Effectively, what I'm saying, sir, is you can avoid the issue, just to give some reassurance.
Thank you. And I think that's, I remember some discussion about that initially. And if you can just refresh my memory, I remember posing in retrospect what was a somewhat naive question, that given the residential densities proposed for sites, and looking at what the sites actually looked towards in terms of numbers of homes, there was a kind of difference in that if you took the total area, you get a far lower figure in terms of density. But I remember there was some discussion that the approach to calculating the number of homes that a site could accommodate reduces as the number gets larger. So when you have a larger site, I think I'm right in saying it was a smaller proportion of the site that is considered as developable for the sort of the metrics, the methodology that you've used. In H7, is it 40%? Or sorry, that's perhaps I like asking cruel questions, don't I? But
no, sir, that's perfectly acceptable. I'm more than aware of the site, probably to my deficit. It's a 60-40 split on the H7 site. It's quite a significantly larger site in developable terms than we express in the plan, because we have approximately 160, I think it was, to 170 hectare site, but we have automatically subtracted Holly's Wood, an area for the obelisk, the area around there, the two local wildlife sites to the south, and then having extracted that from the site, and that reduces it to around about 130 to 134 hectares, we then apply the 60-40 split. And the 60-40 split is obviously on top of this to provide the flexibility to enable both the infrastructure, the services, and the new road. But on top of that, we've applied the conservative 30% per hectare, 30 dwellings per hectare dwelling site, and hence the figure we were coming up with 2,000. The Grendon Road site, Taylor Wimpey, obviously, that Mr. Sitch referred to, and that has already now been completed, is, I think, from my calculation, approximately 34. That's probably rounded up from 33.5, but it's 34 dwellings a hectare. If you then apply the 34 dwellings per hectare to a 130 to 134 hectare site, you can see there is potential for significantly more in terms of the housing numbers. But we don't want to go there because we want to make sure the site is flexible enough and has the capacity to address this very issue, particularly with reference to the discussion we had yesterday about the 50-metre buffer around Holly's Wood. Just for information, there are two very small ponds which are former pits right up against the side of the wood, which would fall within that buffer area. Again, on-site issue, but being incorporated as part of a buffer, an open space and a wildlife area, we believe that capacity is there to address that issue. So we are effectively making a beneficial use of what can be seen as an on-site constraint.
Thank you. That's very clear. That 60-40 split is 60% developable, 40% not. Is it not the other way around?
Yes, yeah, not the other way around.
Okay.
60% developable area.
Yeah.
I don't want to go in that direction.
Okay. That's very helpful. Mr. Sitch, any final points on that? I do want to move on. I know you've made the point previously that there's a distinction, isn't there, between a local plan which has to look at deliverability, certainty, and it's prudent to have certain conservative assumptions. But you made the point previously that because of those conservative assumptions, potentially delivery could be greater.
Yes, sir. Yeah, would agree with you in that respect, and yes, agree with the principal point being made by Mr. Dittman. If there's anything further from ourselves at this stage, thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So I think that's all I wanted to cover on that point. Now I would like to break, but before I do, we're going to come on to paragraph 58 of INSP 5B, and so this is just an opportunity to say what areas of dispute remain in terms of the remaining sites. So we've talked about H7 and viability and mining legacy. If there are any other points, if there are any other disputes about certain sites in terms of their delivery, I would like to hear those after the break. This is just forewarning to think about that, as I highlighted to the council previously. I would just like to ask though. And what I'll ask is for a show of hands. Does thinking about timings? Does anyone want to speak to points? And this is on INSP 5B, point 60, which is something we've already covered to a large extent in terms of flood risk assessment. So if you do want to speak to that, if you just raise your hand now, just so I know. Okay, I can't see anything.
Excuse me, sir.
There is one hand. It's Mark Rose, is it?
Yes,
So-
sir.
Okay, well, we'll hear from Mark on that. Sorry, your name just simply comes up as Mark. So I'll okay. Does anyone here, and I'm just doing this to work out timings. Does anyone here want to talk about paragraph 61, which is Coleshill Sewage Works? You can see Mark's hand still up.
It's not, sir.
I can't see any hands now, sir.
It's just that delay, I think.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Kerry. Kerry's texting me as well. And does anyone want to speak to 60.62, which is regarding RH3, so RH3 and flooding?
Nobody's put the hand up, sir.
Okay, so that's good. We can hopefully deal with 61 and 62 relatively briefly. Mr. Rose, I've got you down against 60. I don't suspect, just another question, anyone is coming in relation to 59, which is historic railway lines. I haven't seen anyone that may want to speak on that. Is there anyone on 59?
No, sir.
Okay, and I've seen the exchanges on that previously, so we can deal with that one relatively quickly. So,
excuse me, sir, it was
oh.
Mike's hand was up on that one.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Dittman.
Sorry, sir. No, it was really just to perhaps clarify a couple of points, but also to bring you into knowledge of some additional work that we've been informed directly from the county council, the local borough councillors, and this is partly to do with the ongoing works that are dealing with HS2 and also the sort of environmental issues. But I won't go into that now.
Okay.
It's literally a point of information just so you're aware.
Okay, so thank you very much. So hopefully we can canter through those quite quickly. I don't know why I used that analogy, but there we are. When we come back, we'll go on to 58, paragraph 58, any remaining areas of dispute. Then we'll go relatively quickly through 59 to 62, noting Mr. Rose on 60. And then I suspect we'll have a bit of a longer discussion on 63 and a medium length discussion on 64, which is in relation to heritage before we break. But thank you, that's very helpful for just gauging what's left in this session and how we're going to go. So unless there's any points at this stage, let's break and we'll come back on paragraph 58. Now, I'd like to take, because I've got quite a few notes. Thank you, Kerry. I'd like to take a relatively good break. So let's adjourn and we'll come back at. Let's go for 20 to 12, if that's all right. So 11:40.
Okay.
Thank you, everyone. Well, we're adjourned. We'll come back at 20 to 12. Thank you.
That's just happening, sir.
Thank you.
We're all good to go at this end, sir.
Thank you. I was just waiting till it ticked over till 11:40.
Yes,
just in
no
case
problem.
but it has now done that. So thank you. Okay, well, it's 11:40, and let's reopen the hearing. We're on now examination document INSP 5B, paragraph 58. Now, this item has an overlap with others, but I wanted to focus, and we've talked previously about the extent to which we've considered individual sites in previous sessions, but I just wanted to focus on any remaining outstanding matters of dispute in terms of the remaining sites as they are identified in policy LP39, subject to potential main modification 72, which strikes out some. We just to flag up as well, the anticipated delivery trajectory is NWBC 26 Appendix C, albeit that I have as an action that the council are going to ensure that is correct as of the 2018-2019 monitoring year. So, in that rather intricate context, does anyone want to speak on the question? Paragraph 58. So, are there any areas of dispute between represented here and the council in terms of the remaining allocations in policy LP39? Okay. I'm just checking that silence is the absence of comment. It's not that the system has gone. Can anyone say something?
Hello, sir.
Hello. I can't see any hands. Okay, and the system therefore clearly works. So I have lots of representations before me in terms of individual sites, but as I hear it, no one here is looking to raise those points. The one thing I had noted is, and I'm afraid I can't immediately bring to mind who this is, but additional local plan respondent number 30 suggested that allocation H18, which is no longer subject to MM72, would no longer be part of that policy, should remain in part, as that part of it benefits from planning permission. But I think that will be clarified by 2 points, as I understand it. Firstly, the council's work that they will do to make sure that the information in NWBC 26, which is the trajectory, is up to date as of the monitoring year 2018-2019, and it will also be covered in terms of the approach to the various proportions of the overall requirement that are derived from either allocations, permissions, or extant consents. It won't disappear, as far as I understand it. It will simply be in a different category in terms of the overall plan composition. Is that correct?
Excuse me, sir. Yes, in part, yes. It's a simple answer, but as with everything, there isn't a simple answer. 120 dwellings have got planning permission, but they are only on part of the allocation. There is I think it's 3 hectares that are outside of the site that has got planning permission. There are issues with that land because the emergency services are concerned, as well as highways people, because of the number of dwellings off one single access, because the 120 is a further phase of a previous development. So we could, as the suggestion, add those 3 hectares because of the access issues, and we're not quite sure what's going to happen, and because they would be adjacent to RH1, we could add that 3 hectares onto RH1 so that RH1 could still bring that area forward with an alternative access arrangement as and when it's proved that it can be brought forward. So so whether that's a possibility, I know that's a very long explanation, but because at the moment I think it's 6 hectares that have been developed for 120 houses, and there is about 3 hectares that has no planning permission on it.
So the correct me if I'm wrong, but the total initial allocation proposed for that site, which is let me just double check, H18, was about 9 hectares. 6 hectares has been developed, leaving 3 hectares. Is that is that significant in terms of the trajectory, in terms of NWBC 26C? So, no. What I would suggest, because of that complexity, I will note that there is the potential at and it would be great if that could just be clarified in NWBC 26C. I will note that in respect of H18, there's a complex site. There's the potential for, at some point, a further 3 hectares, but as it stands, consent for 120 homes, and that will have been taken account in terms of planning permissions.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and I think the point raised by ALP 30 was that should still form part of an allocation. What would your view be on that? Would you advocate that it is included as some form of allocation or not, given its relative significance?
I've spoken to the head of development control, sir, and we've had the chat about it. And because of the access issues, which are very similar, I suppose, to the access issues for RH1, because they would be all tied up with the A5, etc. And because he doesn't feel that there is a solution to access it through the existing development, so it would have to come through RH1, then they are linked together, and so the suggestion was there that those 3 hectares just got added to the reserve house. So it makes no difference to the numbers of houses in terms of the completions and the allocations for the plan, but for the reserve housing site it does increase it slightly.
Okay, and I can see that it makes a significant difference in terms of those who own the land or promote it. And I can certainly understand that. My one question then, I suppose, I can't necessarily see it being a problem, subject to an appropriate trigger being considered as part of RH1 subject to access. But my only point would be that site. So part of the reason for the position we've arrived at via MM72 was that some sites that had permission were effectively then sort of put in as an allocation, whereas actually the allocations that I wanted to focus on to establish their soundness were the ones that were going forward rather than what's happened in the past in terms of permissions. So just to check, that remaining 3 hectares has been assessed through the comparative process that has led to the other allocations. Is that correct? It's not part of that consent. It has been assessed through that process.
Yes, so it would have been part of H18's assessment throughout the sustainability assessment and all of that.
Well, then I would suggest I think that's a fair solution. I'm not necessarily suggesting it becomes part of RH1. I don't know the intricacies of geography, but if what I'm hearing is that site has been partially consented, therefore part of it is considered in terms of extant permissions. Part of it, there is the potential, subject to resolving some issues, for it to come forward for further housing, but subject to the degree of uncertainty as in other reserve housing sites. I can see no problem with that being a reserve site, provided that the trigger for that is clear.
Thank you.
Can I
just
go in quickly on that final? I just lost my answer. Yes, it's just to clarify. The reference to H18 in the summary table in NWBC 26C is line 118 of the larger spreadsheet summary table.
Yeah.
That indicates where H18 is currently addressed, and that is the 120 that Dorothy refers to. But for information and just to give reassurance in terms of its relationship to RH1, the 120 house site, the H18 allocation was originally part of the whole of RH1. If we go back to the document we discussed earlier about the sequential test dealing with flooding, if you were to go back to the earlier SHLARs and the sustainability appraisals, you will note all of that land comprises the same site. Effectively, what we have is a historical relationship. Well, an initial appeal site for 87, which is to the west of H18. Then during the allocation period, we allocated the next phases and the whole of the reserve site, but subsequently an application came in which resulted in the 120. So we did a pragmatic approach and reflected the 120 under 118. Obviously, the issue of the potential additional 3 hectares then arose. So again, that's a historical reflection. And the northern and western boundaries are co-terminus or contiguous, whatever the word is. They effectively immediately adjoin the remaining part of what was an original larger site, which we have now classed as RH3. So it's effectively a continuation of RH3 now, if we only develop a portion of the H18. RH1, sorry.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask. I thought that was the case. Okay, thank you. Yeah, okay, so I've put that on my list. That's great. Thank you very much. So any last points that anyone wants to raise? I'm conscious that last point was one I raised on paragraph 58 of INSP 5B. Good. So then paragraph 59. Now this was raised, I believe, I'm going to say by one of the estates. I can't. It's not on the tip of my tongue which particular estate.
It's the Packington estate.
The Packington estate. Thank you. Yes, I didn't want to identify the wrong individual. There was some concern from them that the line of historic railway lines, the justification for their safeguarding. Now, I've flagged that up insofar as there are documents on the examination website in that respect, PSN 10 12 12A, but I thought it would be prudent to give anyone the opportunity of commenting on that, although I can see that no one is here, with the exception of Mr. Dittman, potentially, who would like to comment on that. Mr. Dittman, would you like to make any comments, or shall I simply be guided by what I have, PSN 10 12 and PSN 10 12A?
Yes, sir, there is just one additional comment, and I will try and be brief. I understand the issue which came from the Packington estate, and as part of the reassurances, because they did criticise some of the supporting evidence, saying A, it was out of date, and B, circumstances had moved on from the original commercial analysis of the potential reuse of the site. This is the former Hampton and Arden to Whittle. Since that time, of course, we have had the significant impact of HS2, phase 1, which is now currently being constructed. As part of the environmental compensation works and actions that are arising from the parliamentary bill, we've been informed, or we are aware, that work is underway between Sustrans, Warwickshire County Council, and the, if I just quote my notes, the local parish councils, obviously the local borough councillor, to address basically the sustainable transport links that might benefit from further improvements, particularly and specifically to the HS2 International Station and the Birmingham Interchange cycle route and UK Central sites. Now, these are all sites very close to this route. Currently, the majority of the work is focusing to the west of Coleshill, but there is some further work looking at east of Coleshill, which is obviously where this particular route lies. So to address some of the representations saying that there is no likelihood or no pressure to release this land, well, it was really just to identify that, yes, work is currently ongoing, and we do believe there is potential, as opposed to the objector saying he didn't believe there was. But also, with particular relevance and reference to the estate who basically raised the objection, there is one further issue. They are a significant landowner, we accept, and the policy in real terms is only looking at a safeguard so that we can address planning consents when they come forward, and if they are going to impact, we can either find alternative routes or see if the site can be moved to avoid. So it's not a really constraining policy. It's just a protection policy on future potential. Well, given that future potential is being considered, again, we think that's robust evidence, but also the Packington estate's future investment potentials is also a potential area of benefit. They have significant former and current quarrying areas to the south of the A45, which is just to the south of the site, through which this site, the former Hampton in Arden and Whittle line, either pass or are very close to. Discussions have been held with the estate, both by Solihull District Council, Urban Council, and ourselves, over future potential reuse of a significant former and current mineral site. And obviously they are looking at the potential linkages to and opportunities that site would have with HS2 International, UK Central, and the Solihull cycle links. So I, to some extent, wanted to address the issue that work is underway, discussions have been taken, and potential is clearly there of a significant economic benefit both to the estate and to the wider settlement areas, if we can at least safeguard the potential for the site. If none of those discussions are fruitful, then that's understandable. But at the moment, we have funds through the HS2 environmental benefit route to look at the issue. The issue is being looked at by the relevant authorities, the Highway Authority, County Council and Sustrans, as well as the Birmingham links and the Solihull links. And we have recently made representations to the Solihull local plan, which came out for consultation approximately 4 or 5 weeks ago. It may actually be 6 weeks now, raising this particular issue, that they shouldn't look inward and they should look at the opportunities this route and others provide, both in sustainable transport, commercial transport, commuter transport, primarily cycle and footpath, but also the significant economic potential benefit once the HS2 international station is provided of a further link through to the Derby line, which may still occur, and obviously East Midlands Airport. But they are all future, hence it's why it's a safeguarding policy. I hope that just helps clarify something.
No, that's very clear. Thank you, and that's all very clearly set out. And I think you mentioned the point that, and I was just looking in the background at policy LP27, where safeguarded rail routes are. That at the moment that policy seeks to safeguard them for potential future use. I'm not sure it's a matter of soundness, but I would leave it to you in what you've said. There was some indication of potential future use. Now, clearly, sort of use of that term would enable at some point an argument to be made that there was no potential, as you mentioned, if that transpires in the future. At the moment, it seems fairly sort of black or white. No development will be permitted. So it's just something for you, I think, to reflect on whether you want to include that word potential, I suppose. That may just more accurately reflect your intention there. But,
yes, sir, I will look at that and see if perhaps a little element more of flexibility perhaps can be applied in terms of my original wording.
Okay, well, yeah, great, and I will put that on my list. That may, as I think in previous cases, things may be a matter of soundness or they may not. Let me have a look at that as we go, and I'll take a view as to whether it's necessary. I suppose the angle I would be coming at that from is if it's necessary to the effectiveness of the policy. If it changes how that operates, then it probably is a matter of soundness. If it's a matter of clarification, then it's not. So, okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. The only other point, did you want me to make a specific reference to the document that highlights the ongoing work? It's a bit of a large spreadsheet, and given there's only one line that's relevant.
No, I mean, as I've heard, there are various things afoot, if I can phrase it that way, all with potential. Yes. But that comes back to the operation of the policy is to ensure that there is that potential if it's justified in time. So and you're going to look at that in terms of the precise wording of LP27. So that's fine. Okay. Thank you. Now, unless there's anything more on that. Paragraph 60 of INSP 5B, to ensure appropriate regard to flooding vulnerability, should the site allocation maps illustrating details related to flooding be incorporated as part of the policies plan. Now, that's not part of the formal development plan, so I can sort of flag up where that should be consistent. But as I have it, those plans are in AD 54. The Environment Agency, their latest contribution to the examination says no, those shouldn't be incorporated effectively in response to this question because there may be more detailed site-specific assessments, and they wouldn't want effectively those maps to influence those site-specific assessments, which I can very much see. Therefore, I would suggest I've answered the first question, which is that, and the first and the second question in paragraph 60, in that probably not. But I did want to hear from Mr. Rose on this point. Mr. Rose.
Good morning, sir. Thank you. I think you've answered part of what I wanted to mention already. Thank you. So, but just to set out my client's position, they are CL Properties and they control the land at Linderidge Road adjacent to Birmingham City, which is proposed to be allocated for development under H14. And one part of that site is bound by a watercourse with a small piece of floodplain, and that's where this particular issue came up for them. And in relation to their site, and I think the position as you set out is perfectly right. I think, or as the Environment Agency, and I don't think there's any dispute between us in that. It's something that would quite properly be dealt with through the development management process, and it's subject to other policies and the NPPF in that respect. In any case, and a site of this size would certainly need flood risk assessment at that stage. And it is something that the clients had looked at the outset, and they'd taken into account when they prepared their initial master plan for the site that looked at the capacity and deliverability of the site. And there is still room, setting development back outside of the floodplain, for the delivery of about 140 dwellings, which is what the allocation refers to. The outstanding question is just in relation to the specific site boundaries and how it's reflected on the policies map. I agree entirely with the Environment Agency's position that you shouldn't show the floodplain, it's just dealt with through the policy. But currently the policies map doesn't actually show the site being taken out to the greenbelt, and we assume that that's just an error, and maybe it's not something that has either caught up with or the council have caught up with, but clearly it's being allocated for development, and that is the case. But then there was a suggestion in the main modifications that the actual precise boundary of the allocation would be determined to some degree by the floodplain, and that's where I think they're, particularly given the context of the greenbelt and the specific circumstances of the site, that has the potential to create some confusion both in policy, then at development management, but ultimately also in terms of the delivery and subsequent sale of the site on to developers, householders, etc., and who controls which bit of the site. The very simple position, as I could suggest respectfully to the council and yourself, would be to define an allocation that reflects the natural boundaries of the site, which are very clear, and that's reflected in the greenbelt provision to the greenbelt boundary, and then that the floodplain issues are dealt with through the application of the development management policies. And I just think there's just some remaining uncertainty. I don't think there's a great deal between us and the council, that is, in that respect. It's just making sure that that clarity is absolutely provided on the policies map, and then allowing that application of policy going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. That's very clear. As I see it, there is no particular need in terms of site allocations, because the entirety of those boundaries will have been assessed through the comparative process dating back to the site allocations plan in 2014. There's no particular need to redefine those boundaries around flood maps. That would, to a certain extent, be diverging from the evidence that has informed the plan. So I think that's my perspective on that. In terms, it doesn't seem like there's anything between Mr. Rose or I in terms of, or indeed the Environment Agency, in terms of using those, the latest flood maps simply as evidence informing the plan, rather than defining the extent of the developable area, given that will be subject to development and control processes. And the other point I think I would make is that, given that we are talking about a plan and therefore looking at appropriate and proportionate evidence, and given we've talked about plot ratios, if you see what I mean, the extent of the site relative to what come forward, in my view, there's every potential on that site, having looked at the map, that the flood risk based on the indicative maps could be avoided. But that's where I'm broadly coming from. Any comments, Mrs. Barrett?
The only comment that I would like to make so is in relation to the greenbelt, and yes, that is a mistake that needs to be rectified, because the greenbelt boundary should be going around the site and not include the site.
Now, yeah, okay, so that's helpful clarification on, so I'll put that down. Now, we've talked about greenbelt allocations and LP4. In particular, that was a formerly safeguarded site, and I've got representations from KNG, I believe, on that, so I don't need to talk anything through in relation to that unless anyone wants to raise it, or indeed any broader points on the greenbelt. But I may have made an error in, and this I hope is justified, because different proposals are often called different things, and trying to establish very clearly which is the proposal we're talking about. I may have made an error in paragraph 61, so I'd welcome any clarification from the council. But before we turn to that, on paragraph 60 in terms of flood risk assessments and flooding. Is there anything else that Mr. Rose would like to mention, or indeed anyone else?
No, sir, I'm happy with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone disagree with anything that's been said or wish to raise any points? Okay. So if I can ask the council to clarify things in relation to paragraph 61. Now, I've mentioned sort of consistently that I'm not considering emission sites, but it seemed, and I may have been wrong in this, that there was Coleshill sewage works may have cropped up, or a sewage works may have cropped up in different instances. I think the point I put in reflection that I wasn't looking at emission sites was, should it be represented as removed from the green belt, if that is indeed the case. But I'm very conscious I may not have accurately represented that. Mrs. Barron.
The site is within the green belt, sir. It lies, the coastal sewage works lies between the railway line north of Coleshill, and then there is a large drainage ditch just before you get to Hams Hall to the north, and it's the area in between. So as far as we're concerned, that should be and still remains within the green belt, sir.
Okay, thank you. And I have seen the I will reflect on that. I've seen the representations on that from, is it Mr. Dittman? It's not your representation. Sorry, just your hand up there.
No, so it was just to remind Mrs. Barrett, we did do, or I did a draft map just to indicate the site location on a approximately 1 to 7,000 scale, but also showing the floodplain, and just to confirm it is within the wholly within the green belt, and it was just to check whether it was worth you being aware of that. So.
Thank you. I think that's that's fine. Thank you very much. I've seen the representation on that from an individual. I can't immediately bring to mind, but I've got that reference before me of the additional local plan representation, which I will give consideration to. But that's very clear.
I think, sir, in the reference that you've made, and I will just check again, the reference that you've got there is 39 next to that, which is ALP 24, but that's from Define, who represent H14 and not the Coastal Sewage Works. So, yeah, I think there's some.
I think you're right, and we've certainly heard about H14, which is Lidridge Road, isn't it? Okay. Thank you. So moving swiftly on to, unless I'm just having a look, seeing if there are any hands, to 62, RH3. So I know, going back through the history of the examination, this was one site that was originally R3. So no, was it H3? H3. Proposed to be, and this is the football ground site, is it, as I remember, proposed to be an allocation, but then looking into things, engaging with the Environment Agency on the flooding related matters, the council suggest that it should instead be a reserve housing site. And I presume, as a first point of clarification, that is reflected in the latest trajectory in NWBC 26C, as in that that document doesn't still include housing site H3 as delivering within the plan period. I'm seeing some nods. So.
I would have to check, but I have a feeling H3 might still be in there, but towards the end of the plan period. So okay. That would be a correction that we would need to make, sure.
That is correct, sir.
That was Mike.
Thank you. Mr. Cox, I saw your hand flash up and then go down. So I've put that as a point of clarification. I mean, if you do pop your hand up, anyone, if you want to speak. But as I see it, RH3. Let me just have a look. I've got a figure of about 90 homes in my mind.
No, sir, it's about 40, 46.
Okay.
H3 was 2.2 hectares and 46 units, sir.
Okay. So 46 units. Thank you. Yes, that's there. I can see that in LP39 now. Sorry. Now, as I have it, the Environment Agency, whilst I've seen their sort of broad representations in terms of the data and their latest position and points they've made, so I've taken account of that. In relation to RH3 specifically, they say they have some concern that the extent of the potential issues regarding flooding may warrant it not being included as a reserve housing site. Any views from the council on that?
I think until there's the further work done, sir, it's one of those that in the history of the site, it's never flooded that I'm aware of. So it's one of those that the site information needs to be done to then determine, because I think they also then go on to say that we need to amend our wording for RH3 to say about, because we do say that there's a particular flooding area that's been identified, but to be able to have a more developable area, they suggest some wording to say that the ground could be moved from one area to another to re-establish the areas, if that makes sense.
Yes, yeah, and it does. And I think what I would suggest is that you're looking anyway, aren't you, at the sort of clarifying what reserve housing sites, what their status is, and when when consideration of them comes into being. And what I'm hearing is that clearly flooding in the potential for flooding in RH3 is one issue. There are other issues. There's a whole comparative assessment process in terms of the sustainability appraisal. So it's not necessarily that issue is critical, but from the Environment Agency's specific perspective, there's at this stage limited clarity such that they say, well, can it realistically be included as a reserve housing site? That's something I'm going to take a view on. But what I would say is, in terms of the clarity of how reserve sites are going to be considered, what the issues are, and when they come forward is something you're looking at anyway. I'd like to see that before I kind of take a view on whether RH3 should be in or not, because that may resolve things naturally. I'll put that on my list.
Okay, sir.
Thank you. Okay. Any other points before we move on to? We've got two more questions, which are maybe there'll be more discussion on than we've had so far. 63 and 64. The first point on 63, unless there are any other points. Okay. So 63. So going back to previous sessions on employment allocations, I had the case put to me that allocation E4, which is land to the south of Myra, which in the plan as submitted, so I'm just looking here, is 42 hectares, should in fact be enlarged by, I believe it was a further 27 hectares to ensure delivery. I think those were the figures. Is that correct?
It was up to 58 hectares, sir,
Okay.
And that was shown in NWBC 20D as a possible modification. But when you look now at NWBC 20E, you'll see that it's reverted back to 42 hectares.
Yes.
Because we don't feel that we're in a position to be able to do that at this stage.
And I think the points I said then, and I'm rehearsing this because this came through the additional local plan consultation. The point I made there is, in order to recommend a main modification, so in that instance, in order to recommend that the site allocation of E4 be enlarged from 42 to 58 hectares, I must be satisfied that the plan is in some way unsound as it stands, in order to recommend a main modification to make it sound. And on the basis of what I had heard, I wasn't indicatively, and I'm still not indicatively, of the view that that would be the case, that it would be unsound inherently at 42 rather than 58 hectares. Now, and as Mrs. Barrett has explained, that is the latest position in NWBC 20E. I thought I would raise this here for two reasons. Firstly, because some residents of, I'm going to pronounce this wrong as I do for almost every settlement in every hearing, but Caldercote. Okay, close enough.
Almost. Yeah.
Thanks. Okay, so a number of residents that may have been potentially affected were that site enlarged to 58 hectares, as was mooted in the previous hearings, have raised some concern about the consultation process and the surprise, I think, in that respect. I wanted to give anyone the opportunity of speaking on that in line with the sort of purpose of hearings. It doesn't appear that I have anyone who wants to speak to that, and in any event, as I've explained, we're at a situation where that increase, indicatively not of the view, is necessary for soundness. It doesn't mean I can't take account of the points that have been raised by everyone, but okay. And then the second point of raising this was that if anyone did want to make the arguments that E4 should be enlarged, I would of course hear them in this context. But it seems like I'm just talking on at great length, and no one is here to talk to that matter. So I will be guided by what I have on that, and there is extensive information there. So thank you very much. Right. Well, that was surprisingly short, but paragraph 64 of INSP 5B. I have some people down against this. I had the Merivale and Blythe estates, I believe, who are not represented here. I had the Inland Waterways Association, who raised some points. In terms of the recognition of the Heritage Canal Network, which we have talked about previously. So my overarching point here was just looking through, and I know there's been extensive engagement with Historic England, though we've dealt with the assessment, and there's a very helpful note on the examination website as to the different assessments that have been done of sites throughout the history of the plan in terms of heritage assets, and I have travelled around the area and looked at all of them with particular reference to H7, but certainly familiar with the all the allocations, whether having been there to the surrounding area. My point was there is a slight difference in phrasing in some of the proposals insofar as they relate to heritage assets. I'd probably like to deal with that point of consistency first, and then secondly, the point in terms of as raised by the Inland Waterways Association, which is regarding how the historic canal network is treated in terms of heritage. Obviously, some elements are formally designated, others aren't, and it would just be considering that matter. So, on the first point, I believe that you mentioned, Mrs. Barrett, that the heritage officer there had considered the different references and was going to provide some justification on that.
Yes, sir. As it's NWBC 30. And it's titled "The Conservation and Heritage Officer's Response to ALP 39 and ALP 42. She gives a general introduction to begin with, just to say that, just in case people haven't got it in front of them, I consider that H2 and H15 are sites where there are particular heritage issues and so should not necessarily be treated the same as the other allocations. In any case, the policies are consistent with the NPPF and with the provisions of section 16.2 and 66.1 of the Planning Listed Buildings Conservation Areas Act 1990 as amended. And then she takes a look at each of the representations. She says what our original wording is, what the suggested change in wording, her heritage officer's response, and then in terms of each of those. So I'm hopeful that that provides a clear indication of what her response is. So.
Yes, that's very clear. I'm reading it now. The only one, so this is from a quick review, and of course, if there are any implications, so I'm just looking through, that's a very helpful note that says this has been said, this is the council's view, sort of one by one. That's very helpful. So thank you to the council and to the heritage officer for providing that. If there are any changes that are therefore needed on that basis to the main modifications as they stand, do put them in as you go. It doesn't. I'm just looking at this very quickly, and I can't necessarily see that there are. The only one that concerns me slightly, the only issue that concerns me slightly is. There's a slight change, and I'm trying to find the site from what was originally proposed, I think, and what is proposed now. There's a farm complex. It relates to MM39. Let me just.
Yeah, it's the Baddesley.
MM93, sorry.
It's land at Church Farms, Baddesley, H15.
That's the one.
Which is one of the representations here and one of the policies that she goes through here.
So, as I understood it, the initial, so correct me if I'm wrong, but the initial proposal is this historic agricultural complex was to preserve that in some way or another there. I think the representation I've seen to the additional local plan consultation indicates that complex is in some way structurally or otherwise compromised such that its retention wouldn't be feasible anymore. Now that to me strikes. Sorry, some participants just changed. That to me strikes me more as the territory of sort of decision taking, and what I would suggest is probably as it is there in NWBC 30, which is that it is said to retain or reflect the farm complex in the proposals, and then if there is any discussion, which isn't really a local plan examination is not really the forum to consider whether, I don't know, the structure of that existing farm complex is so compromised that it couldn't be retained. But what I would suggest is the policy there needs to reflect the ability to retain it if possible, and therefore its historic integrity. That was the only particular point that stood out to me. Is that making sense to the council?
Yes, sir. Would it be possible then to do it in a two-phase, so that you seek to retain, and if that isn't possible, then to reflect? Because I think at the moment it looks as if, well,
either is possible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'd rather it be a bit more our preference and clear intention is to retain them. But clearly, if that isn't possible, then we'll seek to do the second one.
Yeah, I mean, I think that would be consistent with the approach in the MPPF, and also that's not to suggest that the points regarding its structural integrity or its ability to be kept are not valid or cannot be discussed. But at this stage, I can't really go into them in any substance. I think the policy needs to provide an appropriate basis for a decision taker to do that, and clearly, in line with the provisions of the Listed Building Act, retention and enhancement is preferable to some form of demolition and replication. So, yes, let's go with that. I'll pop that down on my list.
If I could just point you to, sorry,
sir. Just to clarify that last comment you made, that there isn't actually a listed building on the site. Obviously, it has heritage implications and heritage asset references, but there is listed buildings adjoining or within a close proximity. Just to clarify that latter point that you're raised.
Thank you. Yeah, and I think that's a valid point. And whether we're talking about designated or non-designated heritage assets, yes. I think also, I mean, still that doesn't. I don't think that changes the point that in terms of historic integrity, probably the first port of call is to seek to retain. But of course, there may be arguments to be made that that's not practical, and therefore reflection is kind of the second best option. The point about consistency, of other references, that is more of relevance, as Mr. Dittman has alluded to surrounding heritage assets or the setting of assets that may be affected. And I know some detailed consideration has been given to that, in particular to the obelisk at Hoo Hill, to Dordon Hall, and in the precise wording that has been arrived at with Historic England in terms of various allocations. So I will look very carefully through all those in approaching things. I think, it's probably just a point for me, just to make sure that the phrasing is all absolutely entirely clear on that. But that's a very helpful response from the Heritage Officer. Now, thank you. Does anyone want to pick up any points in terms of heritage more broadly? No. Okay. The point raised by the Inland Waterways Association, Mr. Dittman may remember that I believe we had a similar conversation when we last talked about certain allocations where there is a canal or some form of canal infrastructure that runs through it. And it was my suggestion, albeit a suggestion for the council, I was sort of hedging my bets whether it was a matter of soundness, that reference be made to the value of non-designated heritage assets in policies related to the historic environment. So can I get your view on that perspective from the Inland Waterways Association, Mr. Dittman?
Yes, sir. We did have a fairly lengthy conversation with the Inland Waterway. We did give them reassurance and our commitment that we would ensure that the developer, in this case the Merivale Estate, who are the landowners, would involve them in the master planning, and predominantly, obviously, for H2, proposal H2. This reassurance has been given from the Merivale estate, and it is something that we will monitor. So effectively, we are expecting when the more detailed master planning is undertaken, that the Inland Waterways and Rivers Trust will be part and parcel of either not just consultees, but involved in commenting on any proposals that come forward. That's our continued intentions, and unless Mrs. Barrett has got any other additional detail, I'm not aware of that having changed.
If I could just point you, sir, sorry, quite, is that right? Yep. I'd just like to point you to MM77, sir, for H2. It's on page 58 is the relevant section. We do, well, on 57 we talk about the canal locks, but on the next page we do talk about to retain the canal, its historic function and associated built features, both designated and non-designated, and the relationships between these assets, ensuring a clear division between the canal route and the development via means of landscaping and or development siting to help preserve the unity of and legibility of these assets as a historical and functional group.
Thank you. Yes, I think that that deals with that point quite comprehensively. I was also just having a look at the latest in terms of policy LP15. Now, policy LP15, which in the plan as submitted is historic environment, which reflects the conserve or enhance provisions of the Listed Building Act 1990. It also, subject to MM52, considers all, sets out the consideration should be given to all relevant heritage assets outside the site. And that is that comes back to the point that we discussed earlier. Relevant heritage assets is not just those that are designated formally.
Yes, sir. In the second bullet point of LP15 on MM52, and we do say, and any non-designated assets, buildings, monuments, archaeological sites, places, areas or landscapes positively identified. Okay. So there is those as well, sir.
Thank you.
And finally, sir, just to effectively reinforce that comment from Mrs. Barrett, similarly, further down in LP15 under conserving the historic environment, we do address any harm to or loss of significance of a designated heritage asset should require clear and convincing justification and a balanced judgment to be taken on the scale of harm, significance of loss, and both non-designated and designated assets. That's on page 29 of NWBC 20 as well. So.
Thank you very much. Yeah, that looks that's a very helpful explanation, and is everything I wanted to deal with there. Okay, is there anything else before we move on to traveller provision? So provision for gypsies, travellers, travelling show people, persons of nomadic habit of life, that sort of thing. Any points before we move on to paragraph 65 of INSP 5B? Okay. So I have effectively there was one clear representation on this particular point in the context of the additional local plan consultation. This again, as with other issues, has a sort of a fairly long history in the examination. As I understand it, as a first point of clarification, the council initially were thinking about a site allocations plan related to traveller provision. When I'm talking about travellers, I'm talking about both gypsies and travellers in the terms of the planning policy for traveller sites 2015. There was originally the intention to do a site allocations plan separately at some point. That went on the back burner, but now has come back. And so that is now the intention to produce a site allocations plan related to traveller provision. And you mentioned, Mrs. Barrett, that the Council have updated the local development scheme. Is there a sort of anticipated timeline for that at this stage?
Yes, sir. We hope to be out for consultation with a document by next autumn. Okay. Is the timeline. The LDS should be either winging its way to a website near you or something, so I can check to see where and what's happened with that.
Okay, thank you. Well, that's a helpful indication of timing. Thank you. So the key, so that's one key change to the approach in the plan, which will need to be reflected somewhere. It may actually be a deletion of an element of a previous potential main modification, given the changing circumstances of examination. So I'll just put that down. Okay. And presumably that is because there is now document additional document 56, AD 56 in the examination library, which is an updated Gypsy and Traveller accommodation assessment produced in conjunction with Lichfield and Tamworth. Presumably, therefore, the in LP policy LP6 of the plan, the latest requirements for pictures and plots, if indeed there are any plots forecast, should be reflected in policy LP6. Is that right?
Yes, sir. It was 9 residential and 5 transit originally. We've now provided for a transit site within the borough, so it's the 19 pitches, because the 19 pitches would be for those that formally fall within the definition of the Gypsy and Travellers 2015 paper. So there is an element of undetermined need. So just like other things with that policy, if it was to be changed, then it would be a minimum of 19 pitches for up to 2033.
Now, thank you. I just need to ask a few more questions. So a minimum of 19 pitches up to 2033. Can I just check, is that time frame consistent with the Gypsy and Traveller accommodation assessment? I have somewhere in my mind that finishes at 2031, is it?
The previous ones ended on 2028. So that was what the previous evidence was based on. This one, it does it in different time periods, but for the North Warwickshire section, it does the section, I think it's in 5 yearly blocks, and it's 19 up to 2033, and then there is a total up to 2040. So it's even been projected for a longer period than the planned period.
So a minimum of 19 is the relevant bracket, the time frame of the plan. Gotcha.
Yes, sir.
And that's
okay.
And that is in terms of, sorry, just those 19 pitches. Presumably that's permanent pitches, is it? We're talking about permanent pitches rather than transit pitches.
Yes, sir. And this is where the description of what a pitch constitutes is probably one for interpretation, I suppose, because in the previous study, a pitch was clearly a static van with perhaps a couple of tourers and then areas for vans and things like that. Yeah. But in terms of the current assessment, some of that need can actually be provided for by an additional caravan on a existing plot. So it's not necessarily a whole pitch, that 19 necessarily reflects.
Okay. Yes. No. I mean, I see what you mean, and you know, doubling up is often a factor. Presumably, then the policy should make reference to if that is not pictures, just ensure that the reference. Well, I think it probably is pictures, because even if you sort of double up a pitch, that still becomes a new pitch. But yes, I would probably still stick with pictures. But you're right, that sort of that debate about how that is accommodated, the amounts of land, I think that is one for a development management approach.
I just wondered whether we'd be able to put something into the reason justification that maybe explains that, or takes a quote out of the GTAA just to make that as a clarification. Yeah,
sure. And you know, we're dealing with this quite briefly in the examination, and there are a number of different angles to this. So yes, I mean, if you do want to pull out any elements of that discussion in the Gypsum Traveller Accommodation Assessment, yes, that would be fine. I think the point to make though about they're permanent rather than transit is an important one. Okay, now the representation, so that covers point 65, and I have information before me in terms of numbers of applications and appeals, but I think I've suggested, and I believe they are there in the latest schedule of potential main modifications, that those factors will be relevant in terms of monitoring. So that gives the basis for looking at the requirement that's coming out of the Gypsum Traveller Accommodation Assessment, which clearly I need to look into a bit more detail, and the monitoring of that. Can I just check? So that's pictures. Was there any need identified for travelling show persons plots in that?
No, sir.
Okay.
No.
Okay. Just on that point, it was simply a clarification in terms of LP policy LP10. Because LP10 sorry, I'm just thinking through things. So there's a reference in LP10 to new sites. Now, what I'm being told is the Gypsum Traveller Accommodation Assessment doesn't identify the need for any new travelling show person plots. Travelling show person plots are referenced in LP10 in the second element of safeguarding those which exist. So that, to me, sounds like it deals with that issue. I just wanted to check.
As far as I'm aware, sir, I don't believe we've got any traveller show people within the borough. I'm just looking at Mr. Dipman just to make sure, but I have a feeling we haven't got anyone.
Yes, sir, that's correct. We did have a storage and occasional use site in Arley that no longer is there and is now commercial, and the GTA, which in this circumstance was, I believe, very thorough in terms of their site checking and individual checking and interviews, did not raise any other sites within the borough. Nevertheless, in terms of any need that may occur in the future, we still believe that that's addressed by the development management element of the policy, and obviously under the relevant criteria. If that arises, that need will be dealt with at that point.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. I would just have a think about travelling show people in terms of LP10, just to make sure that accurately reflects the council's position. So I'll put that down. Okay. So turning to paragraph 66 of INSP 5B, there's reference to a piece of case law there, which I've put in the reference regarding traveller status. Now, the contention is put that although there is some difference in the planning policy for traveller sites 2012 and planning policy for traveller sites 2015 in terms of the definition of travellers for the purposes of planning, let me make that clear, rather than the other context, there is some difference, but nevertheless that case has been brought to my attention in terms of the duration for which someone has to demonstrate a certain way of life in order to sort of demonstrate eligibility to the planning definition of a traveller. In that context, the question is, are the findings of AD 56 consistent with the relevant legislative and policy context? And the second question, have assumptions around undetermined households and in-migration been appropriately considered? So do you want to take those in order? I mean, we don't have to, I will effectively raise a couple of questions, but the first point, are the findings consistent with legislative policy and policy context? And the second question is, are there consistent assumptions around undetermined households and immigration?
We believe so, sir. Yes, I suppose is the simple answer
Yeah.
to the first one. In terms of the second one, we'd point you to Chapter 2, paragraph 2.8 of the of AD 56, which sets out yeah, that sets out the full definition that's been used. In paragraph 1.7 states, needs are set out for those households that meet the planning definition of a gypsy or traveller. For those undetermined households where an interview was not able to be completed, either due to the households refusing or not being present, there were 3 visits made to each site, who may meet the planning definition, and for those households that did not meet the planning definition, even though there is no longer a requirement for a gypsy and traveller pitch. So in terms of the needs are identified in LP6, and so that's the requirement that has been identified, and LP10 would deal with the issue of any in-migration that would come about.
Thank you. And one point I would raise is that if we look at paragraph 1.23 of the gypsy and traveller accommodation assessment, there is a distinction between the national average. So this is looking at individuals who, on the basis of studies, would continue to fall within the planning definition of travellers, the national average of around 25%. In terms of the change between the 2012 version and the 2015 version of the planning policy for traveller sites. In terms of the assessment in North Warwickshire, it seems that is about 56%, but the gypsy and traveller accommodation assessment sort of goes for the national figure on the basis that it's a broader study. Is that robust? Because there is also the point that the study makes that if the locally derived proportion, so if that 56% were used, that could result in an additional 2 pitches. So the numbers that we're dealing with are relatively small, but I think the statistical issue is worth asking. And presumably, I just want to be clear what that 19 pictures relates to. Is it the national 25% or is it the local 56%?
My document is struggling to open at the moment, so it's just getting there.
Okay.
If I can come in, sir.
Yeah.
I believe it relates to the local need, which is identified. I'm just reading 8.25 again. If the ORS national average of 25% were applied, this could result in the need for one pitch.
Mm-hmm.
Whilst the proportion of households in North Warwickshire that met the planning definition is higher, 56% than 25%, this is based on a small household base. And on that basis, therefore, it is felt that it would be more appropriate to consider the more statistical, robust, or ORS national figure. However, if the locally derived proportion were to be applied, this, as you said, could be, but our consultants' contention is that similar to the HHP 2018 figures that we were referring to, there is some concern about the statistical size of that base used, and therefore nationally the more robust figure is the preferred one. So it does go to the ORS national average.
Okay, to the ORS national average. I mean, probably what I would say, and clearly this is something that is a sort of an emerging thing, not unique to North Warwickshire, as these studies are being undertaken, the data refreshers, etc. But what I would say, therefore, is that 19 pictures, as you've said, Mrs. Barrett, should be considered for the robustness of the plan as a minimum, because it may be that in time and subject to the monitoring that we have discussed, it comes to light that actually the figure in North Warwickshire, for whatever reason, is different or continues to be different to the national average, and therefore there is the justification, albeit for a numerically very small number, to go above that. So that's what I would suggest on that. Does that sound reasonable?
Yes, sir. Happy with that. Yep.
Thank you. Okay. And indeed, that would deal. The monitoring process would deal, would it not, with whether there is any in-migration that would be reflected over time.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes.
So the moving on to paragraph 67 of INSP 5B is the second criteria of policy LP10 regarding accessibility consistent with the approach in paragraph 13 of planning policy for traveller sites. As I see it, the second criteria of LP10 is the site is within a suitably located, safe, reasonable walking distance. Whereas the point put through the additional local plan consultation is that walking distance specifically is not set out in that detail in terms of planning policy for traveller sites 2013. So any comments from the council?
In terms of that, sir, I would say that it actually complies with H13 on paragraph 13H. Reflect the extent to which traditional lifestyles can contribute to sustainability, but it's also the sustainability of the sites as well, because it's also the safety of the children as well, because we recognise, because we have the policies here, that the lifestyle of a gypsy and traveller is different to those that live in bricks and mortar, and that their locational requirements are slightly different to a bricks and mortar property. But equally, we still need to consider that the children need to walk to school and things like this. So I do consider that in North Warwickshire, with rural lanes and things like that that still has to be taken account of in terms of the locational factors that we'd want to take into account. And if I could say, sir, that this policy is actually derived from the core strategy. And at the core strategy examination hearing, we had the South Derbyshire Gypsy and Traveller liaison people there who actually represent the National Gypsy and Traveller liaison group, and they were more than happy with the policy as suggested. And I realise now that the PTS is 2015 and we adopted that plan in 2014, but I don't particularly see that the situation has changed for North Warwickshire itself.
Yeah, I mean, no, I think that's a very fair explanation. I think it was that point around walking distance, that the sort of reasonable walking distance. I suppose, actually, in what you've said, it cuts both ways, doesn't it? Something for a rural context, maybe a reasonable walking distance, that it wouldn't, that would be lengthier than for an urban location. So, okay, I see that. Mr. Dittman.
Thank you, sir. It's just really to clarify and confirm that point. We have two specific planning appeal examples within North Warwickshire, both quite recent, during the time period that we're dealing with in the local plan hearings. The first is south at Coleshill, where we lost an appeal, and part of that justification was, even though the distance was fairly, we would consider significant, because it was accessible along a paved footpath adjoining the road, then it was considered reasonable, and it gave them sufficient sustainability access to the nearest settlement. However, on the other site, which is a site in Ostry, that had a closer distance to go. However, the only access was on an unlit rural road without any footpaths. An alternative suggestion was made that the footpath across the fields to the village was reasonable, but the inspector didn't take that and accept that as an alternative, and the the planning appeal was dismissed on the grounds of the accessibility and safety, particularly in highway grounds, of the site, and the likelihood of children or families trying to access the services along an unlit, narrow rural road without any facilities. So
thank you. Yeah, that's very helpful. Yeah, no, not just about location, but also around access. Okay, thank you. Is it possible? I think I have seen reference to one of those appeals in the documents I have, but if it would be possible to pop both of those appeals up on the examination library, just so we've got that. I know they're in the public domain anyway, but that'll be useful for reference. Thank you. Okay. Good. So no, I see the perspectives there. Thank you. I don't feel, therefore, I really need to raise paragraph 68 of INSP 5B. That is now, based on what I've heard and what I've read, that's a question for me, really. But what I would say is, and we'll come back to the actions. Yes, the points around consistency with the Gypsy and Traveller accommodation assessment in terms of minimum pitch numbers, careful consideration to how travelling show people are dealt with, acknowledging that the absence of need has been identified, and if I can see those two appeals related to proximity and walking distance, that would be very useful. But I think on that basis, and subject to monitoring indicators, which are there in the schedule, that's all I need to deal with on that matter. Mr. Dittman, you've got your hand up. I don't know if that's a legacy hand, but.
Sorry, sir, legacy hand. Okay,
legacy hands. That's perfectly acceptable. So I think question 68 is a matter now for me to reflect on. one more point. Some reference. That's it. Some reference to the forthcoming intention to produce a traveller DPD development plan document as well. Sorry, I forgot to mention that one. Okay, well that brings me to everything I wanted to ask. To the end of everything I wanted to ask in this morning session. Thank you very much, everyone. Are there any points that anyone wants to raise at this stage that I haven't enabled you to? I've got a list of actions. Yes, Mr. Dittman.
Very, very briefly, sir. This relates to INSP FIB. Mrs. Barrett asked me just to check on an appeal reference you
yes.
referred to. Unfortunately, I do believe that appeal reference is incorrect.
Yeah, I thought it might be.
It relates to the sites at the Meaningful Gap, and it was the Meaningful Gap issues.
Junction 10.
That's correct.
South
Junction
of,
10.
right.
The appeal I think you are referring to is, and we can probably put this on the evidence base. It's land north of Notthurst Crescent, Annesley, and I'm looking to Mrs. Barrett just to confirm because she actually dealt with the appeal raised. This is the Annesley Village appeal for 79 units and the subsequent withdrawn appeal for a further 71. The reference is APP. I'll forget the rest of the. It's the 3149572. In terms of the issue, it related to the circumstances affecting the trajectory, and if I confirm, it's referring to the circumstances in paragraphs. It's 13 onwards, the 5-year housing land supply, and that's where the circumstances of not having a 5-year land supply effectively made the reference to the policies regarding the need analysis, the numbers and figures, and obviously the document, the core strategy 203 as opposed to 265 figure, out of date. Hence the application of the 264 figure. We ran this 265.
Okay. No, thank you very much. That's great. I've got that. Yes, if you could put that on the examination website, that would be brilliant. Thank you. Just so I don't make the error of referring to a different one later on. So thank you very much. Now, are there any other points that anyone wants to raise? Okay, well, thank you all very much. That was very useful. We covered a lot of ground there, it felt, in that session. No pun intended. We're going to then adjourn and come back at 2. We have main modifications to go through. I've put some particular people against those. If they're not present, I will talk through the issues as I see them. There are some other matters I want to discuss that have been raised that don't logically fit into previous categories. There are some administrative matters as well in terms of timing, future actions and the like, and I will, as I do, run through the list of actions that have come out of this morning. If there is nothing else, I will thank you all again, and I will adjourn until we come back at 2. So, any last points? Okay, we're adjourned. We'll come back at 2. You can hang up. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.